Audio check from the Learning Teachers Center, TLC, for the board meeting tonight on September 27th.
Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is precisely 5:31 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. I'd like to say that Trustee C.J. Evans is delayed due to a motor vehicle accident on 30 in Montgomery. We do hope everyone's okay that was involved in that accident. At this time, we will move to our pledges, which will be led by Claudia Garibay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We have several recognitions this evening, and I'll turn it right back over to Ms. Garibay.
President Jackson, trustees, and Dr. Ramsey. Tonight, as we arrived, we were greeted by the Junior Reserve Officer Training Course, JROTC, from Eastern Hills High School, led by Sergeant Major retired Erica Jones, Sergeant First Class retired Kenneth Gifford, and Director Lieutenant retired Richard Crossley. Please stand to be recognized. Delighting us with their music today as part of the district's ongoing National Hispanic Heritage Month celebration was the Amon Carter Riverside High School Mariachi. The group is led by Mr. Samuel Ramirez, Principal Victor Alfaro, and Fine Arts Executive Director Christina Avila. Let's give them a round of applause. Please stand to be recognized. We have some exciting recognitions tonight. We would like to recognize the 2021-2022 Career and Technical Student Organizations, state and national winners. Career and Technical Student Organizations, or CTSOs, enhance student learning through co-curricular instruction, application of real-world career skills, and leadership development. CTSOs build upon in-demand skills for workplace environments both in and outside the classroom. Students engage in hands-on competitions at the regional, state, and national levels in a variety of industry fields while developing their knowledge, career skills, and networking with peers and industry partners. National competitors, please stand to be recognized by your campus and CTSO. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your applause until all groups are called. R.L. Pascal High School Future Business Leaders of America competitors. Trimble Tech High School Family Career and Community Leaders of America competitors. Southwest High School Skills USA competitors. South Hills High School Texas Association of Future Educators competitors. Western Hills High School Texas Association of Future Educators competitors. Let's give these national competitors a round of applause. Thank you. At this time, state competitors, please stand to be recognized by your campus and CTSO. Arlington Heights High School Future Farmers of America competitors. South Hills High School Future Business Leaders of America competitors. North Side High School Family Career and Community Leaders of America competitors. South Hills High School Family Career and Community Leaders of America competitors. Diamond Hill Jarvis High School Family Career and Community Leaders of America competitors. Trimble Tech High School Skills USA competitors. North Side High School Health Occupation Students of America competitors. Texas Academy of Biomedical Science Health Occupations Students of America competitors. Young Women's Leadership Academy First Tech Challenge competitors. Let's give these state competitors a round of applause.
Also tonight, we are celebrating campus programmatic success by recognizing the 2021-22 Distinguished Project Lead the Way campuses. Project Lead the Way provides transformative learning experiences for pre-K through 12 students and teachers with engaging hands-on classroom environments and empowering students to develop the in-demand knowledge and skills they need to thrive. Fort Worth ISD has programs in every offered PLTW pathway: computer science, engineering, and biomedical science from pre-K through 12th grade. The PLTW recognition program is designed to honor districts and schools committed to increasing student access, engagement, and achievement in their PLTW programs. These districts and schools are empowering students to thrive in an evolving world and have achieved exemplary results from their PLTW programs. The district receives strong support from the Project Lead the Way and would like to recognize April Moon, Director of Success in Texas, and Robin Schott, Vice President of School Success. Ms. Moon, if you could please stand to be recognized. And Ms. Schott. In Fort Worth ISD, both elementary and secondary schools received recognition for earning the distinguished distinction. Principals and staff, please stand to be recognized. Young Women's Leadership Academy received the Distinguished Gateway Middle School Program for the 5th year in a row, and Distinguished Engineering High School Program for the 2nd year in a row. Cesar Chavez and H.V. Helbing Elementary Schools received Distinguished Launch Elementary School Program for the 3rd year in a row. M.H. Moore and Diamond Hill Elementary Schools also received Distinguished Launch Program for the 4th year. The Texas Academy of Biomedical Science received Distinguished Biomedical Sciences Program for the 2nd year in a row. And lastly, Diamond Hill Jarvis High School received Distinguished Engineering High School Program. Please join me as we recognize their work and dedication.
In a related recognition, we would like to recognize the 2021-2022 Project Lead the Way Engineering Senior Interns. The students use their 9th through 11th grade years to study engineering and computer science, as well as prepare for work-based learning opportunities. These students interviewed for internship positions with Lockheed Martin and Bell in the 2021 spring semester. They work from September 2021 through May 2022 on company projects, and in return, they received a $1,000 scholarship from the employer to continue their education in the STEM field. These internship opportunities are highly competitive, and the work is an introduction to the real world of engineering, providing students with a rich, work-based experience.
The district is incredibly grateful for its industry partners, Bell and Lockheed Martin, who offer internship positions to students to further their academic and career success. We would like to recognize the following representatives. From Bell, Carol Lundquist, Total Rewards, Workforce Planning, Strategy, and Development Director. Would you please? From Lockheed Martin, Angeline Angel de Coeto, Community Relations, Kelly Handley, Community Relations, Sharon Balderramo, Early Career Recruiter, Leslie Orr, Early Career Leader, and Ken Ross, Communications and Public Affairs Director. If you all would stand. We are also delighted to honor the student interns tonight, and some of them may not be with us this evening because they are already in college and they're continuing their studies. But let's share their names. Diamond Hill Jarvis High School interns at Lockheed Martin, Manuel Luna and Ariel Rodriguez Rivera. Young Men's Leadership Academy intern at Lockheed Martin, Ha Kual. Young Men's Leadership Academy intern at Bell, Nico Cepeda. Young Women's Leadership Academy interns at Lockheed Martin, Gabriela Campos, Emilia Hernandez, Kiasha Pierce, and Tiffany Valdez. Young Women's Leadership Academy interns at Lockheed Martin, Mayika Jones and Mariel Vasquez. I Am Terrell Academy interns at Bell, Jessica Duenas, Daniel Garcia, Abigail Hutchin, Malcolm Keenan, Charlie Robbins, Max Robinson, German Rojas, and Gracie Schwinn. And last but not least, we would like to recognize Chief of Innovation David Sines and Career Technical Education Executive Director Daphne Ricard. Please join us in recognizing their work and dedication. And this concludes our recognitions.
Thank you, Ms. Garibay and Ms. Griffith. And if we could take a very short break, and those of you that were here to be honored tonight, if you could stay for a moment and let us take a picture with you, if communications could organize that, it would be great, and we'll step forward. And Ms. Griffith for organizing. Dr. Ramsey, we're ready for the Lone Star Governance Telpass presentation. Are you ready?
We are ready. We're going to go ahead and turn this over to our staff who are going to be presenting. I'm going to introduce our Chief Academic Officer, and she'll go ahead and introduce our Assistant Superintendent. So go ahead, Dr. Sorensen.
It's like I'm out of practice. Good evening, Dr. Ramsey and trustees. I would like to turn it over to our Associate Superintendent, Sarah Rispy, to get us started to review the Telpass Proficiency, the data and results, and then I will take us through actions and next steps in terms of instructional approaches.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. So tonight we're going to review our Telpass results. Telpass is our Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System. This is an assessment of our students who are emergent bilingual students. We take this annually each spring to monitor the learning of English for these students in grades K through 12. Trustees, you may have heard this group of students referred to as English learners, ELs, or LEP students, limited English proficient. Emergent bilingual is the new term in the Texas Education Code and the Texas Administrative Code referring to that group, but if you hear that interchangeably as that transitions in terminology, it's talking about the same group of students. So in Fort Worth ISD, we have 37% of our students are emergent bilingual. It's a large population for us of over 28,000 students in Fort Worth ISD in grades K through 12. In comparison, this is larger than the state, which is about 21% emergent bilingual, and our region, which is about 18%. So we have a very large and diverse population of students. The students are at high school, about 25% of them, about 23% in the middle schools, and about 51% are in our elementary schools, so divided over all three school levels. Out of our students that are emergent bilingual, 92% speak Spanish at home. That's their first language. We have about 8% who speak a language other than English or Spanish as their first language. So really rich diversity of language among our students in our district. You'll see that the Spanish speakers are distributed throughout the district at 92%. Many schools have students with Spanish as their primary language at home. 2% of our students also speak Swahili at home. That's the next largest group, a little over 400 students, and you see the primary campuses of enrollment there as well as where they're located in the district. The next third largest language is Arabic. 1% of students, just over 200, speak Arabic. And then we have some other languages, less than 1%, but a number of them throughout the district as our students come to us. For our Telpass assessment, the primary focus here is on English proficiency in the academic language. So we all know that if we go to visit somewhere where we don't know the language, we might learn key phrases to just get by in our travels. That would be some day-to-day language proficiency, but academic language proficiency is the language of the content that students are learning in school. So the language of biology or the language of U.S. history that they need to become academically proficient and achieve. So Telpass looks at language in all four domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And those come together to give an overall composite rating. And so students in each of those domains and in the composite are rated as either beginning, intermediate, advanced, or advanced high. And a student might be intermediate in one domain and advanced in another. In the Telpass system, the goal would be for students to start off as beginning, move to intermediate, advanced, and advanced high in sequential steps before exiting. We know that not all students do that in just exactly that order. Sometimes kids hang out at intermediate a little bit longer. Maybe one year they're low intermediate, the next year they're high intermediate before they move over to advanced. But the pathway is here before you, and then they meet the state's exit criteria, they would no longer be classified as emergent bilingual. The Telpass Assessment, as I said, looks at 4 language domains. So on this slide, I wanted you to see that this assessment continues to evolve. On the left-hand side is the Spring 22 test, the results we're going to look at tonight. The students in grade 2 through 12 took 3 of the tests, listening, speaking, and reading online. That bottom test that you see highlighted in orange, writing, was a process where teachers would rate a collection. So they collected lots of papers from the Emergent Bilinguals, and then they created that collection, rated the collection, and those were entered into the state system. That was quite an undertaking for our students, for our teachers, and for the system. Beginning this coming spring in 2023, all 4 domains will be tested online for students in grades 2 through 12. Now, for our youngest learners, K and 1, they will still be rated on all 4 domains by their teachers who have been trained to do that. So our results for spring 2022 are on this slide. You have all 4 domains and then the composite. So just looking at the composite, that area in the pinkish red, 11% were rated as beginning. 40% rated intermediate, another 37% advanced, and 12% advanced high. So a really nice bell curve-like distribution there of our composite scores for 2022. One of the key things that we need to watch is that students are progressing. And so this next slide really looks at that, the change in the composite rating from 2021 to 2022 for students who had scores in both years. We see that for the district as a whole, 34% of our students moved up or increased at least 1 level. So they went from beginning to intermediate, intermediate to advanced, so forth. 51% stayed the same. They may have been, as I said, at a low intermediate and moved to a high intermediate, but not far enough to cross over that level. And then the remaining percent regressed. They went back 1 level in composite. And that's a group that we watch carefully and want to make sure that we get them on the path to making those increases in English language proficiency. So I know the board has asked that we share at the school level as well, not just the district. So I want to share in that 34% at the elementary level. We ranged from a high of 57% of emergent bilingual students in Sagamore Hill, making at least 1 level of proficiency, to 23% at J.T. Stevens and Daggett Montessori, and obviously lots of schools in between there. That was our range at elementary. For elementary, on the other side, the change in composite, where they didn't go up a level, they actually may have gone back, 23% at Daggett Montessori, 21% at Eastern Hills. That was on the low end. And you'll notice that Daggett Montessori is on both of those slides. So they have part of their learners who went up and part that did not make the progress. So the school has the student level data, obviously, and can look at that by grade level. Or is it our younger learners who are not advancing, our students in the upper grades, and take the appropriate action to make sure those students receive the support they need to continue to progress in their proficiency. At the secondary level, those who have gone up, we had a high of 68% at Young Women's Leadership Academy. You'll see a number of other schools, 51% at World Language Institute, to 13% at Morningside Middle School. And then in those with the regression, we have 30% at McLean 6th grade to 24% at Arlington Heights. And board, I believe Ms. Molinar shared with you that list of schools. We also have some students who are English learners who take the Telpass alternate. So these are a special group of emergent bilingual students who also have significant cognitive disabilities. District-wide last year, that was 173 students between grade 2 and grade 12 who worked very closely with their teacher to take the assessment in a way that's appropriate for them. You'll see that we had great improvement there. 72% went up 1 level or more. 19% the same, and a little 9% that did not progress, that regressed. Both the state and the U.S. government recognize the importance of learning for emergent bilingual students, and it is included in Domain 3 of our state accountability system, which is closing the gaps. So we have the Telpass results as a portion of that Domain 3 rating. The schools in our district that met the proficiency portion of Domain 3 for English learners, I won't read those to you, 58 elementaries, 3 middle schools, and 8 high schools. So that's a portion of Domain 3, not the entire domain, but it contributes to the overall rating for those schools. Also wanted to share, these are slides that some of which you've seen before, but we monitor our emergent bilingual as a group and disaggregate that and watch the data for these students. These are STAR data that the board has seen before for 3rd through 5th grade reading. So we look at all students, and each ethnic group. We also look at special ed and emergent bilingual as a group. And then we monitor during the year, and with the board support, we have and are building a wealth of MAP data across the years. So we watch these students for their growth and their academic achievement in MAP compared to those national norms, along with the other groups. And that green box is around the emergent bilingual students and their percent met last year from beginning to end of year. I'm going to pass it off to Dr. Sorensen to talk about some of the supports for bilingual students and emergent bilinguals.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through what biliteracy education looks like in Fort Worth ISD. And so I take you back to conversations that we've had in the past around the shift from Gomez and Gomez, which took us from singular language acquisition to singular language acquisition, which was primary Spanish, primary first language acquisition, to second language acquisition, to biliteracy. So when we gave the board an update in March, we talked about the shift to biliteracy. So I want to remind the board that that shift has been taking place over the past year. So I wanted to bring us back to, so what does this look like from the district level in Fort Worth ISD? And so we talk about curriculum and instruction aligning with current state and district standards around biliteracy and the adoption of our curricular materials in both ESLAR, Spanish language arts, and ELAR, so that our students become fluent in both their native language and in English language. So professional learning will continue to create high leverage learning experiences for our students in both languages. And so that means that the district has a responsibility to create quality professional learning for our teachers so that they experience efficacy and capacity developing experiences so that they can deliver quality instruction in the classroom every single day for our students. And so what does that look like on the campus level? That means that principals will work with their teachers to analyze the student assessment data that comes to them, whether that be formative, which is the daily assessments that students are taking, to inform their instructional decisions every single day. So our students struggling in the classroom every single day as they work on vowels, vowel sounds. Or is it sitting in reading circles? How are students getting the reading instruction every single day? So principals and teachers work together to implement the science of reading every single day, those practices with high quality text and task. And so teachers will engage in those biliteracy practices that include systematic instruction and explicit language arts, where kids are experiencing listening, speaking, reading, and writing every single day. And not just in language arts, but in math, but in social studies, but in science, and in art, and in music. The more our bilingual learners, our emergent bilingual students are engaging in listening, speaking, reading, and writing in hands-on activities every single day, they will grow in their language proficiency. So what are our district-wide strategies and supports? We also need to increase our teachers who are bilingual and ESL certified. And so through the grace of the board, you guys approved an ESR proposal last year where we increased 300 plus teachers through that stipend that we approved last year to get teachers bilingual certified, and we're going to continue that work this year. We are going to partner with school leadership to tighten up those assessment practices on campus to make sure that students and teachers are supported through our campus leadership. We're going to increase parent engagement strategies and parent awareness of the importance of Telpass and the importance of these daily, high-quality, Tier 1 instructional practices that students are engaged in every single day. The more our parents know and understand what quality instruction should look like, the more they're going to ask us questions and hold us accountable for what quality instruction should look like in the classroom every single day. From the academics department, we continue to meet campus needs and respond to teacher support. As we implement new curriculum in both literacy and math and science and social studies, how do we support our teachers and professional learning communities? And how do we continue to provide in-classroom support to teachers as they implement curriculum? And of course, continue to progress monitor through data and look at very specifically our emergent bilingual population. And then how do our principals support biliteracy education? So far, with partnership with school leadership, we've had almost 2,100 teachers attend professional development on the new curriculum. And so that means that we are implementing in the classroom with fidelity on the professional development that we've received, both on Amplify and on Eureka, the curriculum adoptions. Campus leaders monitor the implementation of that curriculum and provide support as needed, and then we progress monitor our data as we get it, whether it be on MAP, district benchmarks, or our formative or summative data. And then we partner with academics to make sure that the campus supports that are needed are asked for and supported. And then teacher instructional practices for biliteracy, again, just to amplify again what it is that we're saying. Students every single day listening, speaking, reading, and writing in complex task, text, hands-on activities where they are in both English and Spanish every single day. And then there are bridging activities where students are then engaging in both languages in order to weave new knowledge, both languages, and making sense, because in the biliteracy brain, they're always translating. So that's the teacher instructional practices that we're leaning into. And again, in the secondary space, I really do want to lift up disciplinary literacy, where we've talked about that with you before. In the secondary space, we've got to really make sure that in those secondary classrooms, we're making sure that disciplinary literacy is truly a part of what we're doing in all of our classrooms to make sure that the ELPs are being used in our secondary classrooms. And again, this goes back to our simultaneous instruction, the biliteracy model that we talked about last March to ensure language proficiency and content knowledge. And that is how we are supporting biliteracy in Fort Worth ISD. And we are open and welcome to questions from the trustees and, of course, Dr. Ramsey.
Trustee Evans.
Thank you all so much for this report. I was interested to see the district-wide strategy and supports laid out. And you also talked about best practices as we educate our emerging bilingual students. In the past, I remember looping being mentioned as a best practice. And is that something we're going to be doing intentionally with our emerging bilingual students?
So it's interesting that you say that. So we're looking at right now, we have a couple of campuses that have actually approached us about looping. And so we want to engage now with those campuses in those conversations so that we can plan early for next year. And then talk about where those campuses are and how we can set them up for success for next year. For the campuses that want to pilot it so that we can also study the effects of that whether we're doing that in dual language classrooms or regular program classes. So we have a couple of campuses that have expressed high interest in doing that. And so I think that's something we can look at and put in place for next year.
Great. I look forward to hearing more about that and those efforts. And then I want to just go back briefly to a term you said, disciplinary literacy. Could you explain that a little further?
So it leans back to what Ms. Arispe was talking about in terms of that academic language proficiency. So we talk a lot about thinking like a scientist and reading like a historian. So when we talk about students having the academic language, we want students to be able to listen, speak, read, and write in content areas, right? And so we don't expect a social studies teacher to teach phonological and phonemic awareness, but we do want them to support students to understand the vocabulary and the language acquisition in social studies. And so we want to make sure that teachers are supporting that type of reading, that type of exposure to text, that type of writing in the content areas to make sure that all of our students are getting that type of exposure. That's just a best practice, but especially for our emergent bilingual students. You're welcome.
Trustee Bridges?
Thank you guys for your presentation. I got 2 questions. How are you assisting teachers that maybe in a classroom, I'm using one school in particular where there's 40 or 50 different languages. So it's not out of the norm to have 10 different languages in one class. That's my first one, but go ahead.
So I'm going to actually name a school, right? I think of Briscoe Elementary. And so we work very closely with that principal and those teachers around ESL strategies. And that is a campus, as we lift up, that has done amazing work around making sure that their teachers are prepared and well immersed in QTEL, say for example. And so QTEL is a particular strategy that campuses can use to ensure that there are disciplinary literacy practices for students in grades K through 12, speaking to what I answered trustee about, that engage students in thinking through language at all particular grade levels to make sure that there is comprehension and phonological and phonemic awareness so that they can, A, E, I, O, U at a particular grade level with different languages. And so that is a campus that we differentiate our supports for because there are so many languages.
Okay, part 2. Is there much communication between 2 schools whose demographics are very similar, but you see the outcome much different? In other words, are we looking at the success at the school whose demographics is pretty much the same, opposed to the other one?
So we are looking to increase communications between schools that are doing things successfully and schools that could learn from those particular principles. And we try to replicate models of success. And so we are looking at strategies that are working best and replicate those models throughout the district the best that we can, while including principal voice and principal learning in those experiences.
So what I'm hearing you say, just make sure I'm understanding. So are the principals in the room together at some point?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, I look at Mr. Moore, and we meet with principals twice a month to talk about exactly these types of learning experiences for them as they lead their campuses and set really high expectations for them around the academic growth of our students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Martinez.
I've often heard teachers say that not all of our curriculum materials are bilingual and that they're often translating materials. Do our teachers have sufficient bilingual instructional resources to support students? And how is that addressed when we have particular curriculum that's not bilingual?
All of our materials are bilingual.
They are.
Amplify is 100% bilingual. All of our intervention materials are bilingual. It is not online. And so that is the biggest pushback that we get, is that Lexia is online, and the suite of intervention materials that we have for our bilingual intervention materials are not. And so there is often a view, to be candid about it, that provides an inequity, but it is not. It is an incredibly high quality resource, but just because it is not online does not mean that it is not of quality and is not in Spanish. It just is not an online resource, but the suite of Estrelita, Esperanza, Lunita, and Escalera is all fully translated in Spanish, as well as all of Amplify is in Spanish.
Great. And then given our limited bilingual staff, how have emergent bilingual students been prioritized for Saturday Learning Quest, high impact tutoring, and the other supports that we've put in place? How have we been able to meet their needs through those support programs?
That's an excellent question. So my team actually scrubbed the data and sent priority lists to campuses of students who most qualified. And by that, we looked at data to say these are the data sets of students who we want to prioritize for Saturday Learning Quest. And then we gave those lists to principals to say these are the families that we need to reach out to. These are the students that most need to attend. And we actually did that for principals and gave that to them. And then campuses were to work with families most closely to get students into Saturday Learning Quest and also high impact tutoring.
Great. And then under district-wide strategies and support on page 26, where it talks about parent engagement and awareness, how are we doing that? What are some concrete ways that that's being done?
So that work's just beginning, to be candid with you. So from the Student Placement Center, Dr. Rangel on my team is just starting to deeply engage with the family engagement specialists to learn how we can do that better. And so one of the ways that we see ourselves leading this work is really deeply engaging with parents to teach them, work with them about what's happening in terms of, say, literacy. What are the strategies that parents can partner with us as a district to help ensure that what we do in school transfers to the home, and how parents can best partner with the school. We are working closely with the family engagement specialists who are already deeply engaged with parents to listen, to say, what do parents need from us as a district and how do we do better? I don't want to assume that we know best what parents need from us. And so before we lay out a strategy, if we have family engagement specialists that Dr. Washington's department has on board and have engaged with parents, we want to learn from them what they're telling us we need. And then we also want to call in our own focus groups through the Student Placement Center to say, what do you need from us so that we can best support you as you support your child. So when we say parent engagement and awareness, that means that work is starting to begin, because we don't want to assume that we know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson, and thank you for this report. At what grade do students start taking the Telpass?
Go ahead.
You were doing a great job there.
Oh, thank you.
Kindergarten.
I was just going to say kinder.
Kindergarten
I
through
wasn't sure
12.
if it was pre-K or kinder.
So kindergarten students will be taking their writing portion of the Telpass on a computer.
Online.
Is that correct?
Yes.
The
K and 1 actually do it, I'm sorry, with their teacher.
Okay, so they are dictating to their teacher who then types? I mean, I'm sure somebody's going to have to type.
No,
correct?
they actually, they
It's
write it.
handwritten?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No, go ahead. I apologize.
There are rubrics that the teachers use to rate the students in those domains based on what they observe in the classroom for listening and speaking and reading and writing. So they'll look at the child holistically and where they started and how they're progressing, and the teachers take a training to rate the students in those different levels. They use proficiency level descriptors, and they compare that to what the child is doing in the classroom. So for this assessment, they don't specifically sit a kindergartner down and have them speak and listen, but they're watching that during a period of time in the early spring to see what the child's level is then.
So the part that is done online is the teacher rating that they're inputting. It's not the student
Correct.
writing.
That's exactly
Online.
right.
Okay, I'm really glad to know that.
They actually have an official roster from the state that they record the ratings on, and then they sit down at one time and enter those for the students.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
You mentioned, Dr. Sorensen, that the board supported increasing the number of teachers who are bilingually or ESL certified by 300. Is this number that we have increased by more than 300, or is that our goal to increase
No.
by more than 300?
Last year, we increased we got 300 plus. I could
Okay.
get you the exact number, but it was over 300 teachers who had earned that stipend through achieving ESL certification
Okay.
or bilingual certification.
Okay, excellent. And the Telpass Emergent Bilingual Services affects more than 1/3 of the students in Fort Worth ISD. Over 1/3, that is a huge number of students. How can this board continue to support this effort? Because these are the current families and citizens of our community, and they're the future citizens of our community. So how can we best support this effort? Because this is 1/3 of students. Our focus is on students, and this is 1/3 of the students in Fort Worth ISD.
Thank you for calling that out, Trustee Dar. I
Several
appreciate
times.
that. Yes, I think Dr. Sorensen may have more to add, but I think you can hold us accountable for bringing you the data disaggregated by the student groups. We have to pay close attention to this group of students, as well as students in special education and some of the other special groups of students that we look at regularly with you when we bring data. So when we're bringing you the MAP data beginning to middle of year and middle to end of year, you should expect us to bring those data to you and show us how this group of students is progressing, and if they're not, what are we doing about it? And I think that the board does a great job of that, but for this group, as large as it is, we definitely need to be watching that. So that would be my answer from the data side, that you hold us accountable for bringing you the data on this group of students.
And my answer is from an instructional perspective. I would say it's layered. When we have laid out for you what you should expect to see when you walk campuses, and when we talk about the type of instruction that students should be receiving every single day, and the type of materials that you have approved for us to use. That's what we should be seeing in classrooms. And so it's hold us accountable for the support that we're providing for our educators and for our principals, making sure that our teachers feel efficacious in what it is that we're asking them to do. And then expect all of us to then implement with fidelity what our students most deserve. Because at the end of all of this are young people that we want to become biliterate. We want to honor their native language and their home language. And we also know that they have to become proficient in English according to the state of Texas. And so to me, it's a both and. Hold us accountable for providing the supports to the highest level. And what we are supporting then would require implementation.
Thank you.
Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this report. Following up on Trustee Dar's comments, 1/3, 28,000 students, and 51% of those on page 14 are the same. That's over 14,000 students who are the same on this graph. And then 16% regress and then 34 improve. What changes do we have in place to improve these numbers? 14,000 students staying the same is not good enough.
That is correct. And you will not get any disagreement from me on that it's not good enough. Improvement comes with complexity, rigor, task, text, and implementing with fidelity quality instructional practices. Now, what is on the other side of that is professional learning and support of evidence-based strategies that I've talked to us about. What we are asking our teachers to do is really hard work. And again, I go back to it is a seismic shift in terms of biliteracy and the science of reading. But if we are going to teach our children to read in both languages and be proficient in both languages, these are the shifts that are required of us as the adults charged with supporting our young people. And so we have to hold on to each other real tight and do that really hard work, and then do that work for our young people at the highest level. And that requires us as a central office to provide the highest level of support to our principals, to our campus leaders, to our instructional coaches, to those who support our educators, and then let our educators do their magic and their great work, their craft with our young people.
So which department will be helping out the schools?
It's a partnership with my friend over here, Mr. Moore. There are those of us that support campus instructional coaches and teachers and principals, and then there is school leadership that works with principals and teachers because our principals support our teachers. And so Mr. Moore and I are partners in this work along with Dr. Sines, and you know, it takes all of us, but I really do count on my partner, Mr. Moore, to, you know, bring this all to life.
Great. And how can the district help the schools measure the students' English proficiency before they take the Telpass?
So we use MAP. We use our benchmark assessments. And we also use our formative assessments through Amplify, because there are assessments built into the curriculum to measure how they are doing along the way.
And then on this report was that we get data. How often is data received at your office on this on the progress that they have?
So there's various ways that we look at data. I mean, my office can pull their Lexia data. Say, for example, my office looks at their MAP data. My office looks at their benchmark data. So we very often sit down with principals and have those data meetings when we see cause for it. But also, I would again point to my colleague who has executive directors who also has meetings with principals and has those very same type of data meetings with principals.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all for a great presentation. I did one question. You mentioned MAP and other reliable indicators to determine if Telpass success is rolling in the right direction. Does that make sense? Do those mirror the precise manner in which Telpass is given to students?
Yes, because it's measuring the same type of skills.
Is it in the same format, though?
MAP is computerized, so yes, students take that online. Amplify assessments are not online. But Lexia is online. And so again, as students are tested in both English and Spanish, so yes, students are online. So I think, yes, students are tested both online and on paper, and both, again, as they listen, speak, read, and write, you know, we're listening to students every single day.
So as we make this, as you call it, repeatedly, seismic shift, which scares me, but as we make this seismic shift, over time, we should see this movement. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. It's what you're trying to tell us. And so we should see it gradual increments, so that 51% that we saw should change. It may not be tomorrow, it may not be next year, but it is eventually going to change, and we will erode that number.
Yes, it will change. It will change.
If we stay the course.
If we stay the course. I said this to the team yesterday. This is not something we should abandon. This is hard work, but this is the right work.
Well, I believe our kids can do it. I believe we just have to,
right.
to do the hard
It's
work.
one of those things, we can do hard things.
All right, well, let's do it.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys so much. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on this agenda, as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Please let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen, we will take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity cannot be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock to your left will start. It's right over there. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. It's essential to gain as much public input as possible, and we understand together we are stronger and we build better solutions when we maximize public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of this meeting in a timely manner. Our first speaker is Mr. Jeff Williams. Jeff will be followed by Ashley Wells.
Good evening. On Friday, September 16th, my 2 little girls, as well as numerous other little kids, left school on the bus excited about the weekend. Their excitement soon changed to horror as they were dropped off and left screaming and crying, not only at the wrong stop, but the wrong intersection or the wrong neighborhood. As I'm sure y'all are aware, it wasn't until we parents took to social media and got the local news involved that we received any response from Fort Worth ISD, and that response was poor at best. I tried contacting the transportation director several times, only to get a call from Mr. Ray just a short time ago today before this meeting, and once again I was offered more excuses. Open communication needs to change. Here's an example. When a fart bomb is set off in the bathroom at Pascal High School, where my son attends, I get an email, text, and phone call. But my elementary-aged kids are left stranded, or if there's any other type of bus-related issues, I hear crickets. Then after talking to the school, I'm told they have the same issues when it comes to anything transportation related. Apparently, there's no open communication between the parents, transportation, and or the school, or vice versa. Then when I do get a response from Fort Worth ISD officials, with the exception of Trustee Martinez, I'm only given excuses and not resolutions. As stated on the Transportation Department website, quote, "It is my mission to provide safe, reliable, timely, and efficient transportation for the students," end quote. A mission we feel like you're failing at. So then I ask you, how can we fix this? How can we ensure that this is done correctly? Who is able Who is able to correct these problems and give us answers instead of excuses? Whether there's a shortage of drivers, buses, or whatever, your responsibility is to the kids' safety, and that does not change. We as parents are not going to tolerate bad judgment or excuses. We as parents are not going to keep quiet. We as parents are not going to sit back and accept our kids be put in harm's way. We as parents demand that something change to make sure these types of things don't happen. Once again, parents, schools, and administration and the transportation department should have open lines of communication. I challenge the school board to enact some type of change to ensure that what has happened at least 4 times in the past 30 days does not happen again. I appreciate the phone calls we received from different Fort Worth administrators, but wonder if I would have received those calls if I wouldn't have posted on social media, or the news would not have been involved. I do want to thank Daggett Elementary's principal and vice principal for their quick reactions to these issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ashley Wells will be followed by Annie Harrison.
My name is Ashley Wells. I'll stutter, so I'll try not to. My son is a senior at Arlington Heights High School. Arlington Heights High School, I don't know whose decision it was, but the principal this year brought in Katie Photography. Katie Photography, our sitting fees are $29 to $399. The other schools in the district, Pascal has no sitting fee. Carter, Riverside, Northside, Trimble Tech, Diamond Hill, Jarvis, Poly, Eastern Hills, and Dunbar's, $20 fees. Then Katie Photography's all over the internet. I don't know, they were not vetted. The state of Florida Revenue filed a thing against them. There was famous in Georgia for putting a 15-year-old's breast on the internet. They have a 1.14 rating with the Better Business Bureau. When I had to book that thing with Katie Photography, I had to check a thing to where they could use my child's picture in their marketing. Now, I don't want my young son's face on a company, a sketchy company. 70% of Fort Worth ISD is economically disadvantaged. That's me. I drove here with a light on my car, and at 4:30 this afternoon, I was broke down on 30. Now, my son's a special education student. He did exactly what the Katie photographer person told him to do. She said, smile without showing your teeth. Now, you can imagine what that looks like. I shouldn't have to pay hundreds or thousands of dollars to get my school pictures. I shouldn't have to have my son some sketchy thing. It's not equitable, it's not right. My son started in school at 3 years old, PPCD. He could not talk. He is graduating, thank God, to Fort Worth ISD. He has a 3.77 GPA. He is taking AP Calculus, Robotics, and AP English. He does not deserve a goofy-looking picture in the yearbook. I do not deserve some company that a principal called her friend. I wish she would have had a friend at Polytechnic High School, because they got their pictures for $20. Now, my son, he won the Ann Branham Award last year in robotics. He's not in sports. He's going to have one picture in that yearbook, okay? And my son deserves better than this. He does not need to be shafted, and I am self-employed. That website, I graduated summa cum laude. I had to delete stuff all out of my thing to even check out for $29. I have nothing else better to do. I will write all day long, and I will make us as famous as we need to be. But Rusty Wells, he's not going to be a poster child for Katie. I want to be able to go to Galleria or go to Glamour Craft, get him a picture, and let's get it in the yearbook, because he does not deserve this, and I'm not going to take it.
Thank you. Annie Harrison will be followed by Lon Burnham, who will be followed by Miriam Lambert.
Hello. My name is Annie, and I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a high school physics teacher for Fort Worth ISD. My question is regarding student safety, specifically the safety of trans and non-binary students. I have reached out to my own administration and have not been able to receive further education on this topic. I am here tonight because I want to let my own trans and non-binary students know their concerns cannot be pushed aside. I am interested in the policies and supports in place for handling sensitive parent communication, as well as any classroom discrimination against queer identifying students. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lon Burnham will be followed by Miriam Lambert.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you're all well, and welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope our new superintendent is as excited about her first board meeting as I always was about my first day in the Fort Worth ISD. I did K through 12 here. I think it's a great school district. I've always wanted to be supportive of it, and I'm here to both welcome you and identify 2 community organizations that I do volunteer work with Tarrant County Votes and the Cesar Chavez Committee of Tarrant County. I'm not here representing these groups. We'll be encountering you on other occasions to talk about that, but I am here to say I think staff has an excellent recommendation to have a student holiday on Election Day. We all know things have changed a lot since I was in the Fort Worth ISD. We have concerns about adults in the schools now, shooters in the schools. There's a lot of things that have changed, and a good adaptation is to just make that a student holiday. I believe you have 30 schools scheduled to have elections there. I think that's important. I cast my first vote at Western Hills High School so many decades ago, we don't want to talk about it. But I think it's important that our students have the opportunities to know that it's important to participate in the election process and to know how important it is to become civically engaged. So I commend the staff for making that recommendation. I ask you not to do it at the expense of the optional holiday of the Cesar Chavez holiday. I think that's been an extremely important improvement in our scheduling for the school district, and I hope we don't lose that. Thank you. I'm excited about your new school year and our new superintendent, and I hope that when you do your scheduling, you just take these concerns into consideration.
Thank you. Miriam Lambert will be followed by Mr. Mike C.
Hi there. I guess I decided that I wanted to focus on reading because repetition's one of the best ways to learn. So if I keep repeating how important reading is, maybe I'll get that across. I'll give you an example, very personal example, of how reading can help racism. I'm a third generation of a white male from Mississippi. My cousins are married to an Indonesian, a Japanese, a Native American. We have an adopted cousin from India that's darker than any of our African Americans. We have an adopted Chinese baby. In our family, we have 2 biracial nieces, a biracial nephew. These are all, I was married to a descendant of Syria. So we represent every nation in the United States. This is one generation of grandchildren from a white male from Mississippi who dropped out of school in 4th grade, could not read. His mother taught him to read. He read the Bible. He went to seminary after college. He even studied for an event in Oxford in England. Reading the Bible before becoming a believer, he was a member of KKK. When he read the Bible and came across "For God so loved the world," not white, not black, not Asian, not Mexican, he loved the world. And he sent his son to die for everyone, whosoever believes, black, white, Mexican, Asian. And he thought, this is what I'm looking for. This is the love I need. I don't need a radical group that the young men in Chicago joined. It was no different in Mississippi than the gangs in Chicago. He didn't lynch anybody, but he was a part of a very embarrassing group. but by following Jesus, by reading his Bible, once he learned to read, he changed his life. He married the lady that built a building that taught the black women how to read and write and prepared them for job skills, all because he could read and he chose the Bible, because the Bible says that if you know the truth will set you free, and Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
Thank you. Mike C. will be followed by Isabel Ariela.
Superintendent, your assistant has some material for you. It's just a short introduction of who I am, pretty much directed at the new superintendent. In the public education I received, my education provided me with 2 careers totaling 42 years of work defending and keeping this country safe. There are no unmonitored teacher-sponsored libraries, no alternative content in the school library. The only personal info on any of my teachers was derived from their surname. Pure, unadulterated education was in those classrooms I attended. Lincoln, Washington, the U.S. flag were present in that classroom. The Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence was the norm. Now, when I turned 19 years old, I joined the military. I went into the Navy. Now, my first Liberty port was Naples, Italy, right? And we had a Liberty brief. Before you went out in town, you got briefed on what to watch out for. And they said, one of the things that they mentioned, they said, stay away from the down there by the castle. The transsexuals are down there. They'll try to get you. And I said, I looked at them, I said, what's a transsexual, right? Well, things sure have changed. We teach it in school now. It's unreal. Now, I'm going to break away from my original statement here and the evidence that I provided for you. It was briefly talked about prior to you coming here, ma'am. And but I'm going to break off of this on another subject. This is a notice. It's the Texas Whistleblower Act. It protects public employees who make good faith reports of violations of law by their employer to the appropriate law enforcement authority. And an employer may not suspend or terminate the employment of or take other adverse personal action against a public employee who makes a report under the Act. That's for everybody in this room and everybody that's listening and all the employees. Now, we're talking about education. Here's a English honors class bit of education here I found very disturbing. And it goes like this. State whether or not you agree with each item, then provide evidence to support your opinion. Use the model to guide you in responding to each statement. Use a different color for your response. And the questions go like this. I trust the police. If people grow up around violence, they will be violent.
Thank you, Mr. C.
We can do better than that.
Isabel Ariela, followed by Jennifer Traeger, followed by Scott Blanco Davis.
Hello. My daughter was one of the kids that was left at the wrong stop. On Wednesday the 7th, she was left at the wrong stop. On September 15th, Thursday, she was left again at the wrong stop. On Friday, September 16th, she was left at the wrong neighborhood, about 1.5 miles away. Something's got to get done. This is unacceptable. The response I'm getting is, I'm short-staffed. I don't want to hear it. My kid needs to be taken care of. Her safety is number one for me. If it's not number one for your bus administration, then they need to go. Because obviously they don't have time. They don't want to listen to you. Their response is, what do you want me to do? I want you to keep my child safe along with the other kids. There was 7 in her group, and there was more at other bus stops as well. I will play this.
This is not their stuff! These kids don't belong here! No, ma'am!
Ma'am, our rules don't allow for that, but we could definitely talk to you afterwards.
Board's going to take a 2-minute recess, please. Per Fort Worth ISD Board Policy, BED Local, disruptions of the meeting are not to be tolerated. Please accept this as everyone's first warning. Please be respectful of everyone's point of view. You will have your time or have had your time to address the board uninterrupted. Please give your fellow community member the same courtesy. If there is another disruption from the audience, you may be removed from the meeting. Thank you, and we will continue. Jennifer Traeger will be followed by Scott Blanco Davis.
Okay, following that. I am a mother of 3 and a taxpayer, and I just wanted to say, oh, she's not here. Thank you for the email that we got last Friday. I'm looking forward to getting that each week because communication and transparency was very important to the public when we were looking for the new superintendent. As of February this year, 23.5% of Americans aged 25 and up hold a bachelor's. Obviously, college is not for everyone. Neither of my parents went to college. My older brother went on a golf scholarship. My sister went to cosmetology school and then school later. I took out student loans to go to college and paid them back. And my younger brother went to college for a year and chose a different route. But if you're not prepared for college when you're graduating from high school, why would you go to college? And as we know, many in Fort Worth ISD are not on grade level for reading and math, which brings me to our youngest learners. My youngest child is in 2nd grade, and spring semester of 1st grade, she was not grasping very simple math skills. And having 2 older children, I knew what was to come in math, and if she wasn't grasping these simple things, then I didn't know how she was going to continue to grow. So thankfully, we were able to have resources for her to get extra help, but this just leads me to believe that there's a lot of other kids in our district that are in the same boat and struggling. And so how can we make sure that these young learners don't get lost or behind from the very beginning? B, how do we make sure these young learners don't lose interest in learning? And C, how do we make sure these young learners don't lose confidence in their own ability? My daughter, when she leaves math tutoring, she has a little pep in her step, and I can see that her confidence is always built after each time she goes. I know the district is doing a Saturday school, and I don't know if different campuses have extra tutoring or not, but this is just something that I'm always happy and willing to brainstorm and think about some problem solving. And also, since I have a little bit of time left, I was wondering if our very large budget that we have allows for us to show some love to teachers and staff at schools that maybe don't have a lot of parent involvement. My husband and I last year decided to buy a gift card once a month for a middle school principal, and she would treat her teachers and staff to Sonic drinks and pizza and different things. So maybe there's something like that going on, and if we for some reason don't have that cash laying around, then maybe local businesses would want to sponsor stuff like that, and y'all can put it on the Facebook group and give them notice to their business and thank them for their generosity. So food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Blanco Davis will be followed by Holly Plemons, who will be followed by Meredith Bowman.
Good afternoon, board. Would say good afternoon, Miss Ramsey, but she's busy. I've come to you today, and I want to say that I don't always come with bad things. I have to give the technology department a big kudos. Map testing went so much smoother this year. Last year I had 22 kids and 45 of them got dropped in an hour and a half. This year, literally none. It was all student mistake. So thank you. And I've heard you're stress testing some of the stuff before you send it out to me. Thank you. That's going to relieve a lot of my stress. It's nice to hear that it's going there, and I think some people in other departments can look to it. On to the next issue. As you know, I've been talking about teacher retention, and I've talked about how we could just give us some stipends that we were hired for, and discipline support, and a number of other topics. Today I'd like to talk to you about professional loyalty. I find it extremely strange that I've been taught through bloodborne pathogens almost every year for 30 years not to get someone's blood or body fluids in my mouth. But I haven't been taught on the employee standards of conduct that you're handed that decides whether we get fired or get to stay. Not on this document, one time in 30 years. I signed it when I signed up with the district. Now, I'll tell you why this worries me. We are in a changing time. Technology is kind of scary, and y'all are asking us to build these relationships with our students. They build those relationships on TikTok and YouTube, and I haven't been given new standards on what I can do. They want to take my picture to put on a TikTok. Can I do that? I don't know. It just says appropriate here. I don't know who defines appropriate. I don't know what it is. We give a rubric and we set parameters, but you're asking me now to do things that I don't have a parameter for. And I shouldn't find that parameter out, or no teacher should, when they walk into the OOPS office, the Office of Professional Standards, and are handed this paper for the first time. We shouldn't be the litmus test. I shouldn't find out from UEA more than Fort Worth ISD, because they send me on how to conduct myself. This is broad, it is very vague, and it almost makes us teachers feel as if we're disposable, because if we don't know this, it's easy to get rid of us. And you're wondering why teachers leave? We need to be a family. That's not family.
Thank you.
Holly Plemons will be followed by Meredith Bowman, who will be followed by Marte Jamin.
Holly Plemons, mother of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I want to talk to you about rhythm again. You changed the language from survey to daily check-in. You did this because parents became aware of surveys and they opted out. So instead of working with parents like you're supposed to in Title, Education Code 26.001, 26.009, and Title 3498.4, you are legally supposed to be working with parents, not against them, and changing the word of rhythm to daily check-in is not working with parents. You're doing that to get around it so you can get the data. Are parents aware that Rhythm states on their own website that using rhythm rewires your children's brain? Who gave consent for you to do that to other people's children? They're other people's children. They're not yours. You do not have consent on rhythm. You do not. I told you last year, I've told you already, parents were not given consent. They did not do it. They are having the children accept it on the app. That is illegal. You are opening the district up to more lawsuits. Listen to me. Work with me. Quit fighting against me. Stop rhythm immediately. Immediately. It is not good. I'm going to tell you what's happening in Louisville because of rhythm. CPS is showing up at parents' doors because their kids said one time that they were hungry. I have teenagers. You know what they always are? Hungry. CPS is not going to show up at my door because my new school district doesn't do rhythm. They don't data mine kids and they don't sell kids as commodities like Fort Worth ISD does. You need to cancel this contract. Let's see, the next thing. Lastly today, an ELA assignment from Arlington Heights was given to me. It was given to me by 3 different parents that did not know each other. I am so proud of those 3 students that when they got this assignment, they knew this was not okay. They took pictures and they contacted their parents. So this is clearly a divisive and illegal assignment that's on the praxis of CRT, which the district has sworn is not in Fort Worth ISD, yet here we are. Was this assignment part of the curriculum, or is this just a rogue teacher? A teacher in Fort Worth ISD since 1994, making over $91,000 a year, so she should know better. Asking children to explain their opinions on trusting the police, if ghosts and spirits are real, if a person's family determines their future, if men should cry, if children should always follow rules passed down to them from their families, is violence sometimes necessary? Should there be restrictions on gun ownership and more? This assignment is illegal. It makes kids so uncomfortable that they called their parents. That should concern you, that these children were like, you know what, I don't think this is okay, and they contacted their parents. Good on those kids. This assignment is subjective and cannot be fairly graded, and it also provides no academic value. Stop it! Knock all this off.
Time.
Meredith Bowman will be followed by Marte Jamin, followed by Amy Super.
Good evening, Board. I'm Meredith Bowman, mother of two, Fort Worth ISD taxpayer, and a Fort Worth ISD teacher. I am speaking this evening about my general overview as what is happening here in Fort Worth and across the world. It seems to me that there has been an attack on the importance of family. This was going on before COVID, in my opinion, revealed tremendously during COVID and still being revealed today. As I listened to the new Prime Minister of Italy speak the other day, and she spoke in boldness, she asked a few questions. Why is the enemy attacking the family? Why is the family so frightening to the enemy? And her response was amazing. It was this: because family defines us, because it's our identity, because everything that defines us is now an enemy for those who would like us to no longer have an identity and to simply be perfect consumer slaves. She goes on to talk about the attacks and all that has been good and truth by attacking national identity, religious identity, gender identity, family identity. As I have been attending these meetings during the start of COVID via Zoom, I've watched this happen at school board meetings to parents who stand up. I've also heard my own children talk about these attacks happening at school. I also see the deals the district has been making, like with Panorama, Rhythm, and others. TEA is just as at fault. They're just paying a higher price. And what is it all for? Is it to manipulate our children's minds for control? This is modern day slavery. These surveys, tests, computers, ideologies have created a rift between parents and their children, school districts and parents. We must do a better job being aware of the goals from these people. Why is there so much money involved? What can we do locally to improve our schools? We should even be asking TEA and the Education Committee these questions. I'm asking here for you to have more awareness. Just because it looks good on paper doesn't mean it's good for our children. We need to get back to good family values, not to be consumer slaves at the mercy of financial spectators. I also like to add on the side, since I have some more time, being a teacher and walking through the halls of an elementary school, the third week of school, seeing 5-year-olds with headphones on, looking at a computer, one-on-one with their teacher, doing map testing, while their teacher is sitting here and a substitute is in the classroom, breaks my heart. I am a PE teacher, and getting those kindergartners to actually do what they're supposed to do in my classroom when they don't even know who their classroom teachers are or who their friends are in their classroom breaks my heart. I think that map testing and online testing should not be for elementary students. It is just hurting our children. Thank you.
Marte Jamin will be followed by Amy Super, who will be followed by Estella Williams. Amy Super, thank you. Ms. Estella Williams will be followed by Joe Palmer.
Okay, so last month, I got you guys to table 2 items that were questionable. That would be action item 15HH, the big architectural engineering services bond, ratification of the bond contract, $66 million plus. My rationale behind that was, and I think you guys all remember, I read a transcript from the accusations that former trustee Ramos made, accusing everyone except for their 2 newest elected trustees, of being involved in a pay-to-play sort of thing. He said that you all received campaign contributions and that those are directly linked to the same people who are now calling you and will be calling you about bond contracts. He specifically mentioned architectural and engineering firms. That's why I asked you to table it. I asked each of you to publicly deny what he accused you, and himself actually, of doing. It's still on your website. It's on your video. Anyone can go and watch it and see it. I'm not making this up. I transcribed it. October, November, post-executive session. Pull it up. There are other problems with this. Now, it's back on the agenda tonight, and I see that Dr. Coburn has made a few changes, which I would suggest that before you approve this, that you look at what he gave you last month and look at what he gave you this month. There are some slight differences. I brought to your attention no HUB funds or firms had submitted contracts out of 50, which seemed a bit odd to me. But now he's thrown in and has explained that we have some, I believe it was called MWBE, which is similar situation, except for it doesn't include disabled veterans, and he broke that down. However, there are some other things. Let's see, he took out some bullet points under the purchasing support documents needed. I'm questioning that, et cetera. I want to move on to my second point, and that is the tabled item that you guys decided not to put back on the agenda this time, and that is board committees. Where are your board committees? If I go onto your website right now and I go to the board, and I click on the link that should take me to a calendar showing me when your next committee meeting is going to be, which board members are on which committees, I get this. Guess what's still on this? Our late trustee, Daphne Brooken's name as being a member of the after-school coordinating board. That tells me the last time you updated that. That tells me how accurate this is. Do you have any committees? Do they still meet? We know the public has been thrown out of the REC meeting, but you're still approving their meeting minutes, but you're not putting them on the website anymore. I have all of them that you still have on there. I also noticed everything that about the REC meeting is now, or the REC committee has been moved from the board site over to under the Equity and Inclusion Department. Are they a committee of the administration or yours? Which are they? Racial Summit Committee videos are gone. All sorts of videos, all sorts of information is gone. What's going on? That's it. Transparency.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Estella Williams will be followed by Joe Palmer, and our final speaker of the evening will be Stephen Poole.
To our new superintendent, to our president, and to the board members. I am Estella Williams, president of the Fort Worth Tarrant County branch in NAACP. Dr. Ramsey came into town and hit the ground running, visiting schools throughout Fort Worth. Just as she has hit the ground running, visiting those schools, it is certainly a desire that her pace will slow down long enough so that she could have a chance to view true stats regarding students and the lack of achievement, that she will get a chance to review hiring practices within Fort Worth ISD, that she would get a chance to slow down, to examine some of the support or lack of support to those administrators and the staffs of the schools within the city. Hearing and seeing the data that was provided tonight caused concern for me. It causes concern for the minority students as a whole within Fort Worth ISD. It is most important that appropriate fundings, appropriate personnel, and appropriate support be provided to address the disappropriate gaps that exist amongst all students. It is a need that her pace will slow down and allow her to also embrace the concerns of the community, embrace the concerns of organizations who are also concerned with what is happening with our students within the Fort Worth ISD. It is most concerning that the pace will slow down long enough to know who's being hired, what is it looking like when we talk about the staff at the administrative building, how diverse is it, who's actually being appointed and who's also being accepted as those persons who are being hired. Those are things that need to be addressed. So I hope the pace will slow down long enough to truly see the inequities that is being seen by others within the community. Thank you, and I'll give back some of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Palmer will be followed by Mr. Stephen Poole. Again, Mr. Poole is our final speaker. Mr. Palmer?
So I had some items to talk about this night, but nothing rises to the level of what is now most important. What I saw you do tonight, what everybody saw you do, is reprehensible. We saw staff unilaterally cutting the microphone of a parent that came here to tell you about a grievance that she had. Her child was dropped off at the wrong damn location, and she wanted to share with the public and with the board information about that incident, and her microphone was cut off, and I don't want you to ever do that again. That is regrettable and reprehensible. This is a public meeting, and if the president of the board wants to direct staff to cut the microphone of somebody at the microphone, I don't believe I heard any profanity in her recording that she was trying to play for you and for the public. If you feel that the microphone should be cut off, you can direct staff. You are elected to represent the people. Staff follows the direction of the board. And the district attorney sitting there needs to speak when he is asked to speak by the president of the board. The board runs the school district. There were some other questions in the survey that's being administered in your school district, apparently still, that Holly Plemons told you about. She didn't have time to tell you these ones. Children should never keep secrets from their mothers, yes or no? People should never snitch. A person's family determines their future. I got an idea. Why don't you all resign, and you can give your seat to a law firm, and they can cash in. You can give your seat to a construction company, and they can cash in. You can give your seat to an architecture firm. This is a cash machine. This is not about students. It really is not. Just give up your seats. Abdicate. If you're going to do it to the letter. Before I got into the room here, I was listening online, and the report was given by Dr. Sorensen. We want to listen to the parents. We want to listen to the parents. We want to know family engagement specialists. We want to learn how we can do that better. Listen and say, what do parents need from us, and how do we do better? The parents are coming to you. The mother comes to you to tell you what her problem is and how she wants you to do better. And you take her in the back. You cut the microphone and you take her into the back where she can be quiet, where we can't hear. It's just like the mother that came in here 3 months ago. You're picking her up with Uber, her kid. You're using Uber to pick her up, and you shut her down. We don't hear from her anymore. Secrecy. Secrecy, not transparency. Just like your committee meetings. You don't let us come to the committee meetings anymore. Illegal committee meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Mr. Poole?
Good evening, members of the board, President Jackson, and Dr. Ramsey. I'm Stephen Poole with United Educators Association. Tonight on your consent agenda item, you have one item 7G, which is the approval of class size waiver requests. It's one of many items on the consent agenda item, but this is one that affects over 2,500 of our students in Fort Worth ISD. It is normal in any given year for any school district, including one the size of Fort Worth, to ask the Commissioner of Education to waive the state law of pre-K through 4 classes having no more than 22 students in the classroom. But tonight you're approving 127 of those requests. Some of them are 22 or 23 students, and I know our teachers are capable of handling that kind of classes. But it's really concerning when you see numbers jumping up to 25, 27, 30, and 32. Even our best teachers in the district, there's not enough room in a classroom to accommodate those number of students. And real talk, over 50% of those requests are coming east of I-35. Our students deserve quality academic settings. So my question is multiple. What are we doing to support our students in these classes? What are we doing to eliminate the number of waivers we're requesting or reduce the numbers even of the ones that we are requesting? What additional supports to students and parents? And also, what are we doing to support teachers in these classes? Are they first-year teachers? I know some of them are. Are we setting them up for failure? The district provides a stipend to teachers in these classrooms. That's great. But what they need is time and support. So maybe those are important questions we have as a district, and I will work hand in hand with the administration and Dr. Ramsey to find better solutions than just saying, here's 127 waiver requests, Commissioner Morath, please approve them. We can do better, and I know we can, and I'll work with you to get that done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to each of you for sharing your thoughts this evening. As board president, I'm making the following statements in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Keeping that in mind, are there any questions or comments concerning our consent agenda this evening? Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson. I appreciate the comments that were made by Mr. Poole, who represents UEA, and I don't necessarily have a question for G, which is on the agenda. I have had some communication with Dr. Pena over the weekend regarding my concerns for the waiver for class sizes. And it is true that a significant percentage of those classes are east of I-35. In District 1, 9.45% of those classes are need a waiver. In District 2, 11.02%. In District 3, 14.96%. In District 4, 31.5% of classes, of the classes that need a waiver come from District 4. That's the way I should say that better. In District 5, 0% of those are, of the classes that require a waiver are in District 5. 3.15% are in District 6. 7.09% of those classes are in District 7. 9.45 are in District 8, and 13.39% are in District 9. It is not the board's responsibility to solve this problem, but it is the board's responsibility to ensure that Dr. Ramsey and her team address the need for classroom sizes that are appropriate for and conducive to student learning. I am not advocating for moving people from creating problems in other parts of Fort Worth to remedy problems in one part of Fort Worth, and I'm quite certain that that would not be your focus either, Dr. Ramsey, but it is our job to hold this district accountable to ensure that every child has an opportunity to learn and every teacher has the opportunity to be successful. So I would respectfully request that a report be provided, it does not need to be long, regarding how these class sizes are being addressed. Yes, we must apply for a waiver because that is what TEA requires of us, but just because we apply for the waiver doesn't mean that the work is done. What are we doing to make sure that we don't have 30 kindergartners in any classroom in Fort Worth ISD? That's all I have to say. It is not this board's job to find the solution. It is our job to ensure that Dr. Ramsey and her team are working toward a solution in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Trustee Evans?
Yeah, I do have a question in general, and it is kind of just echoing Mr. Poole's question. What are we doing to support these classrooms in the interim until we get to that ideal place that Ann just described, where we have no, classrooms that are over the amount, till we don't have to ask for that waiver? But in the interim, what are we doing to support these teachers who have a lot of students, and then particularly in those schools that are not rated or they're C? So the schools that need it most, what are we doing to help our teachers there?
Certainly.
You know, one of the things that we have in place are additional support staff that are either on the campus or go out to the campus. We've prioritized any classrooms that are above the teacher-student ratio for that additional support to focus there initially, to have additional staff coming in if we have a large number of students. How do we have more than one adult in the classroom during instructional time? How do we have more than one certified teacher that would be in the classroom to be able to provide additional support so that while we know we have a larger number of students, we still have some individualized attention that's happening during core instructional time.
And I would add to that, Trustee Evans, is that from the talent management side, we're constantly right now being very intentional about hiring personnel. As we know, with the post-pandemic effect, it's been challenging to find quality staff, and so we don't want to go towards getting any waivers in terms of finding quality staff, so we continue our pursuit. We started earlier than ever in Fort Worth ISD by hiring staff in December, which gave us a leg up in finding the staff that we found to fill those vacancies, as we've seen other large urban school districts like Houston and Dallas struggle as well. One of the things we've done to support school leadership and the teachers have been to deploy our 180-day substitutes strategically to these campuses that have those vacancies to support. And that's just a temporary fix in working with school leadership, and also continue just to monitor those pipelines that are supporting those, placing whether it be student teachers, clinical teaching support staff that can be assigned to those schools is also another strategy. But again, our pursuit is relentless to continue to look for teachers to fill those vacancies.
Trustee Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes. How many of these classrooms have first or second year teachers?
I don't have the data in front of me, but I can get that for you, certainly working with school leadership to make sure that we can find that data for you.
You good, Dr. Rodriguez? I would ask that follow-up, Trustee Bridges.
My question is, make sure I'm getting my wording out right here. How long of a period does that last for a teacher to have that many students over the ratio of students in the classroom?
Yeah. So what we're looking at is our elementary age students. So the majority of those students are in either self-contained classrooms or more of a team teaching environment. So it depends. It could be the class size for the day that the teacher works with those students, so all day long, or it could be a portion of the day depending on the design at each individual classroom.
Self-contained classes?
Yes.
What is that?
Oh, sorry. All of the students, so all 23, 24 students stay with the same teacher all day long for all classes and subject areas.
Okay.
I would add to that, Trustee, that there's two other pieces. In the past, we used to bridge classrooms a lot more frequently, meaning that if there's a smaller school size, let's say a school of 200, it becomes more challenging because there's only one bilingual classroom and usually one regular program classroom per grade level. And that's when it gets really challenging to staff, because if you add another teacher, then you really get small numbers. And now you start looking at, you know, how do we fund these schools well to make sure they're successful? And then the other piece is in trying to minimize the number of bridge classrooms, then we end up with this type of scenario where now you've got 23, 24, 25 or more students in those classrooms, because we're not bridging those classrooms, saying a teacher's sharing first and second grade students to minimize the class size. So it's something we work with school leadership and make the best decision based on the quality staff that they have and making the best decision for each campus.
Well, here's a concern I have, and it kind of goes back to what Dr. Rodriguez's question is, that when we start looking at tenure at certain schools, unfortunately we see more rookie teachers at the schools that need to be more solid, strong teachers. We all know that you've got to have that to kind of help the other teachers kind of make their way along. So you've got that as a concern. Now you're adding to the fact that you're putting a teacher who's not had a lot of experience in a classroom much bigger size. And I think with the challenges that we have with many of our students who are having some academic challenges, we're just adding on to that. So just last question, going back to Dr. Rodriguez, is there a way to look at, and a report to look at, the tenure of teachers in certain schools?
Certainly, we'll be glad to bring that information to the board. We can for sure look at that. I will tell you, well, I won't tell you that there aren't any of those classrooms that are first or second year teachers. I know there are some of those in the list of 127, which actually is now down to 122. We've been looking at adjusting some of those that are at the high numbers, like 30 that you heard. One of the things that we have to prioritize is having our students in a consistent classroom with certified teachers. Some of the reasons why we have numbers that are larger than we would like to see in the classrooms was making a decision: do we have an inconsistent sub with a group of 15 students, or do we have 27 students with a certified teacher every day? We consult with the principal and the teachers in those situations to say what's the best decision academically, what's going to best benefit our students in your campus, what's the best way to handle that situation. Do we get you a sub, so we have a substitute in here if we don't have someone to fill that vacancy, or do we combine the classes? As Dr. Pena said, we try to avoid combining multiple grade levels in one class, and sometimes that's where you'll see some of the higher numbers. But we'll continue to monitor those numbers, and anything as we get up to those 30s, we will make a recommendation to do something differently so we don't have those higher numbers of students.
Okay. Is there a timetable on that report?
We can turn that around for you within a couple of days.
Yeah, pretty fast.
Yep.
Trustee Bridges, you good? Okay, thank you. I would ask, on the heels of the request of that report, almost 60%, 57.48% are in districts 2, 3, and 4. That is lopsided. District 5 has 0. It looks to me that in Lone Star governance that we should put together a constraint that says that you will fill the highest need schools first. So maybe the report could work around something like that to look at how you're going to fill those schools that have the highest need first. One of them, I'll just throw it out there, Meadowbrook Elementary, you all are working on it, 36 students. Many of those students are coming from the night shelter, Union Gospel Mission. They need everything we have and then some. And I appreciate what you guys have done for them, but we need to do that all over these districts, and 60% in East and Southeast Fort Worth. That's a rough statistic, and I know that shows that we can do better, and we will.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you all. Okay, if there are no other questions with regard to consent agenda, we will move on. The time is 7:35 p.m. The date is Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. We'll now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 2, 4, and 6. In accordance with the open meetings law, this board opened the meeting at 5:31 p.m. with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 9:07 p.m. with a quorum present. We'll move to number 11 on our agenda, accept consent agenda. Do I have a motion accepting the consent agenda? Trustee Evans moves. Do I have a second? Second by Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Let's move to voting. And I'm missing one vote. Oh, he sure isn't. Thank you. And the motion passes 8-0. Let the record note, with the audience's help, we noticed that Trustee Bridges is not in his seat at this time. Thank you, audience. 12, moving to action items. We do not have any items that were removed from consent agenda. We'll move to 13, action agenda items. 13A, discussion and action to approve ratification of the electronic visitor management system for district campuses and administrative facilities. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Phillips, seconded by Trustee Darr. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion passes 8 unanimously with only 8 trustees present at this time. Moving to 13B, discussion and action to approve ratification of the contracts for architectural and engineering professional services for the 2021 Capital Improvement Program and projects funded as a result of the 2021 bond election. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Martinez. I'll take the second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion passes 8-0. Moving to C, discussion and action to approve amendment of contracts for high-impact tutoring services. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans, seconded by Trustee Darr. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please move to voting. And the motion passes 8 yes, 0 no. Moving to D, discussion and action to approve closeout contract with Reader Summit JV for guarantee maximum price GMP package number 1 for demolition and abatement services performed at the district's facility located at 7060 Camp Bowie Boulevard, Fort Worth, Texas. Approve the transfer of budgeted unused funds to GMP package number 2 for the build back of said facility and authorize the superintendent or designee to execute an amendment to the GMP guarantee maximum price package number 2 contract. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans, and I have a second from Trustee Phillips. Please let the record show that Trustee Bridges has returned to the dais. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. E, discussion and action to approve purchase of software licenses for math intervention and professional development. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans. Second, Trustee Luebanos. Any discussion?
Discussion, please.
Trustee Bridges, yes.
I'm just a little curious about the software that they're using. I don't know.
And Trustee Rodriguez, after Trustee Bridges finishes, please jump in.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just a little curious about the software that they're using. Tell me a little bit about the best practices and as far as what type of success is kind of comes around it and how it works well for our kids.
Absolutely. So this is Dreambox, and so we had gone through a rigorous process, an RFP process, to analyze multiple software products to meet the needs of our students. So this is a complement to the new curriculum that we adopted. What we're seeking to supplement our curriculum with is we know that we have students who are still not necessarily on grade level. And so what this attempts to do is provide those intervention strategies and those supplemental skills that we know that our kids still need who are not necessarily on grade level. And so Eureka provides those grade level skills that kids need for high quality tier 1 instruction. And this supplement provides those supplemental skills for kids, both in English and in Spanish, so that kids can continue that tier 1 instruction, daily instruction in class, and receive the intervention and supports that they need in class, in daily instruction, to make sure that we're never not doing that daily grade level instruction that we know kids need to accelerate, but also provide those interventions that kids need to catch up.
And, okay. With all that being said, this is, I guess maybe I'm not making myself clear, that where else have you seen it really work at? In other words, you've looked at other places and that's demographics that's similar to ours.
So it's used in plenty of large urban districts across the country. So Chicago, Dallas, Houston, Austin, plenty of large urban districts all over the country. Los Angeles, Miami, districts all over the country. It's widely used across the country with success, both with Black and Brown students as well as bilingual, emergent bilingual students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, in the agenda, it said it's just for 1 year, but
Yes.
then we have 2 or 3 year options after that. There's.
Yes.
Okay, how do we know if it's working?
So one of the great things, and as we went through the RFP process, we had teachers on the committee as well as principals on the committee. And one of the greatest things that we found about Dreambox is the robust data systems that came with it. So we get real-time data from Dreambox to show how students are progressing through the skill sets that they are working through. So we'll be able, just like we do with Lexia, we'll be able to report back to the board to show you how students are progressing through these skill sets that they're working through, as well as teachers will have real-time data sets so that they'll be able to pull kids off and do small group, or reset kids and not leave them just, struggling through particular skill sets, and redirect them as need be. So the data sets through Dreambox, our principals were so thrilled with, and our teachers were really excited with as they walked through the multiple vendors that we exposed them to.
Okay, and it's software, so how long is it going to be to implement into our students' computers?
So as soon as the trustees here say yay or nay, but hopefully yay, we will then obviously, go through the purchase order process, and then we will start implementing with professional learning right away for our teachers. It is very simple to implement. Just like we were with Lexia, it's pretty turnkey, so it's not very difficult to implement.
Okay, and if we don't like it after a year, we're not locked into
Nope, we're not locked
anything,
in.
and they just take their software back?
They
and-
take their software and they go home.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Is that it?
I was just going to add that because it's an ESSER expenditure, there's a program evaluation piece on this. So the board will receive additional information on effectiveness.
Okay, thanks for those questions. Thanks for the comments, Dr. Ramsey. We had 13E moved by Trustee Evans, seconded by Trustee Luevanos. No more discussion. Let's move to voting, please, on 13E. And the motion passes unanimously. 13F, discussion and action to approve purchase of heavy equipment for district-wide use. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans, second. Trustee Martinez. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. 13G, discussion and action to approve purchase of cybersecurity services for threat detection and response. Do I have a motion? Move, Trustee Luébanos, second. Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Let's move to voting. We have one vote. Is there somebody not up there?
Sorry.
All right, that's okay. And the motion passes unanimously. 13H, discussion and action to approve flooring and flooring installation services. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Dar, second. Trustee Bridges. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. 13I, discussion and action to approve revisions to our 2022-2023 traditional intercessional calendar. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Luébanos, second Trustee Dar. Any discussion? Let's move to voting, please. This is one time the humans are faster than the computer. And the motion passes unanimously. 13J, discussion and action to approve application for staff development minutes waiver request. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. Do we have discussion?
Yeah, I
Dr.
just
Rodriguez?
wanted to make sure, like, as these schools rolled off of needing the waiver, if they can let us know and kind of update us on the progress of those. Oh, is it? Oh, sorry. Well, then this comment is for Jay.
It's very good, and that was a good pre-game warm-up.
Yeah, whatever, okay.
Okay. We'd like to vote on 13J, discussion and action to approve application for staff development minutes waiver request. Trustee Phillips moved, Dar seconded, and we have deferred comments. And we have one more vote, and there we are. Motion passes unanimously. At this time, let's move to action agenda item K, the level 3 complaint of Mr. Gerald Smith, which requires meeting in closed session. So the time is precisely 9:20 p.m., and this board will move to closed session. Time is 9:58 p.m. and we are reconvening in open session. Mr. Castillo, do you have a recommendation for this board?
Yes, Madam Board President, members of the board, and Dr. Ramsey, the advice of counsel is for the board to take no action.
Thank you, counsel. At this time, we'll move forward to comments by board members or the superintendent on current district activities and announcements. Trustee Evans?
Thank you. I know it's late, but I just want to take a minute to thank the HR department for prioritizing hiring of the campus monitors. I have to brag on them. For those of y'all that don't know, there were 81 openings for campus monitors, and in short order, our Human Resources Department has filled all but 10 of those vacancies. I know we are all committed to safety and security for each and every campus, and filling the campus monitor vacancies is a big step in that direction. So thank you, Raul and company.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson. I want to second those comments that my fellow trustee Evans just made regarding the campus monitor positions. I've been very adamant that that's an important role that needs to be on every campus. And so thank you. And we now have 71 new people who are going to be the most beloved people on those campuses. I'd also like to thank Dr. Stephanie Hughes and the Lily B. Clayton family for welcoming me to Math and Health Night last week. It was enjoyable to get to see the kids run and play and do so with math activities included, and to get to visit with constituents and community members that are part of the Lily B community. I also want to thank Dr. Sorensen for welcoming me to Saturday Learning Quest a couple weeks ago, and that was truly fun. Those kids are having a great time learning on Saturday mornings, doing wonderful activities, and the teachers are really passionate about the learning that's happening in that program. So thank you very much. I was at Waverly Park that morning and thoroughly enjoyed my time there. I also want to commend whoever put together this lovely little book of recognitions. David Signs, this is awesome. I'm a parent. I love seeing my kid's name in print. Let's do this more often. This is great. So thank you very much.
Trustee Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank the Trimble Tech culinary team for this beautiful the state badges for the national competition that they had in San Diego, and they were gold and silver medalists in several events. And thank you to the teachers, Heather Karuma and Natasha Bruton. Thank you.
And I want to thank Eastern Hills High School. Tonight, they hosted the Eastern Hills Homeowners Association, and they have done so for the past year and have continued to do so. The bond work brought a beautiful partnership between the Homeowners Association and the high school, and I just want to say thanks to the homeowners and to Eastern Hills High School for a great partnership. And on that, at 10:01, we're adjourned.